Good afternoon, everyone. I am calling this meeting of the CPS Energy Board of Trustees to order at 1 p.m. 01. Ms. Rangel, do we have a safety message? I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm going to go ahead.
Ms. Ramirez, do we have a quorum?
We have everyone but the mayor. I can confirm a quorum.
Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'll review the evacuation procedures so that we are prepared to be safe in the event of an emergency. If you hear the fire alarm, follow the instructions announced through the PA system. If asked to evacuate, use the glass door to exit outside and verbally alert others. We'll move to the main parking lot in the front of the building or the AT&T parking lot at the McCullough-Brooklyn bridges. Our security team will be watching and will notify the appropriate emergency services. Lastly, we'll also have employees nearby who are trained to administer first aid if needed. Safety is a top priority, and while we hope this information is never needed, we want to ensure we are prepared. Additionally, we ask that you remain seated during the duration of the meeting, keep the aisles clear, and do not block any exits. Will you please stand with me for an invocation? We thank you for the many blessings you have given to each of us. We ask for your presence to guide this meeting of the CPS Energy Board of Trustees. Provide them with the knowledge, compassion, and wise counsel needed as they discuss the business matters on the agenda today. Help us all to remember that we are stewards acting on behalf of our customers and provide us all with the grace to serve all people well. We ask this in your name, amen. Now please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We will now move to public comment. Ms. Gomez.
Public comment provides an opportunity for members of the public to share thoughts on posted agenda items for this meeting. We will invite pre-registered speakers to speak. They may only address the board on CPS Energy-related business listed on the posted agenda. Speakers should state their first and last name, the organization or group they represent, and the agenda item they will speak about. We ask that you remain seated until you hear your name called. Additionally, if you have items that you would like to share with the Board of Trustees, please provide those to Board Relations, and we will happily share them with the board post-meeting on your behalf. For this meeting, we have 8 in-person speakers. Each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. At the conclusion of the 2 minutes, the screen will flash red, and you will be asked to stop speaking immediately. Please be respectful of this time allocation. Team, will you please cue the timer? Our first speaker is Henrietta LaGrange, followed by Arthur Rakowitz.
Thank you. My name is Henrietta LaGrange, member of the Mulberry Street Girl Gang, LULAC, Raza Unida, Growing Up Brown, and I will apologize for missing some board meetings, but I got so many calls and so many text messages that it told me that I better get myself out here. And I thought that it was a threat, so I'm here. And most of all, I want to thank each and every employee that works for CPS Energy and all the women that are out there, empowered women. I'm proud of you. I expect you to do your best because I know you do your best. And the men, I'm not going to leave you out. I am proud of you because you also are great and excellent workers. But Rudy, what can I say about you, Rudy? You are the inspiration and the heart of this town. And I will never stop saying that because CPS is in its best that it has ever been because of you. You understand the issues. You take care of the issues. There are no problems with you. You get the work done. And also, let me tell you, Richard Medina, what can I say about Richard? He has a heart of gold, and Richard Lujan, I don't know if he's here or not, but I'll forgive him. And I'm glad I met our new board member, Dr. Gonzalez. And I love you here, Dr. Gonzalez, and I know you will be a great asset to this board because all I hear is great things about you. It's not easy for me to be here because I've been told before, why do I always say something good? Because people deserve to be praised. If they work hard, they'll work harder because they know that they are loved and appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaGrange, and he is here.
Now we have Mr. Arthur Rakowitz, who does receive 4 minutes due to accommodation, followed by Alan Montemayor.
Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing my presentation. As you probably already know, I dislike having to stand before this board. Dr. Romero, Mr. Garza, I want to express something that it's not really positive. It's more negative. Before our winter storm, having made a $100 payment towards my CPS bill, interesting events taken place since the last board meeting, such as finding missing keys to my new lock on my power distribution panel, had to remove the lock removal with cutting torch, the Eastside substation unable to recognize my CPS service, attempted to replace the distribution panel, and as an alternate, repaired the panel. Upon my arrival, CPS was waiting at my gate, and I'm finding a plastic bag on my property. Communications informing the CPS employee from Green Mountain, repairing my meter loop, and then contact them after their repairs. 2 or 3 days later, finding someone eavesdropping through a privacy fence with 3 CPS employees. The CPS employees were trespassing, gaining access through an illegal entry attempting entrapment, unknown to CPS and a Green Mountain employee. CPS failure to utilize the proper utility easement made a request to place a CPS lock on the gate for future access. The CPS engineering department has done a flawed design for 4 utility connections. The CPS used a pole device, turning my power off at the pole. Finding damage to my mobile home, such as felt paper removal and 1x2 furring strips, exposed bare wires, and broken fan switch in my home. Dislike living in my mobile home. It provides me a dry place to lay my head. For the past 5 years, wanting to build due to weather conditions, absent construction workers as naysayers, yeah, we'll help you, but I haven't built yet. The above CPS acts are unacceptable, and I apologize to this board. After my own investigation, someone has entered my premises and turned the electricity off for my freezer because my refrigerator was on a separate circuit and the surge protector are still operable. As safety, I removed the 2 circuit breakers. As per Green Mountain, they would inspect my repairs and have my power turned on, but did this not happen? I don't have electricity, so I'm unable to verify the repairs without power. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Rakowitz.
Next, we have Mr. Alan Montemayor, followed by Jeanette DeVolt.
Hello, Alan Montemayor, Sierra Club, item 10. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll be speaking about the H2 Oaks large solar array, about the data centers, and about rate hikes. As you guys might be aware, there have been some meetings ongoing between SAWS and CPS Energy to talk about putting the large solar array and battery energy storage system at H2 Oaks. I support those meetings. I hope they go well. I'm not privy to what goes on in them, nor do I want to be. However, I want to ask for your help in supporting them from above in making this project a reality. It's right for San Antonio, it's right for the citizens of San Antonio, and it's right for CPS Energy and SAWS. So please proceed apace with that program. The data centers and generation mix. I know that the large power consumers are lobbying you guys heavily to supply them with adequate power for their rapacious needs. I know that Elena Ball said that you guys are changing your strategy from decarbonizing to time to power. I hope that this is not true. I hope that you will continue to decarbonize your generation mix at an expanding rate, that you'll close the coal plant. You have a responsibility to serve all our customers, obviously, but I hope that you'll stress to the data centers the need for efficiency in water and power, the use of renewables, ground source cooling, and whatever technologies can minimize their power use from CPS Energy. I know that the temptation is for natural gas peaker plants from you guys because you can do it quickly and you can make a lot of money when the wholesale cost of power is high. However, don't give up the legacy of our children on the growth at any cost path. Please, you're doing a disservice to our children and to the citizens of San Antonio if you go on that path. Please continue to use renewables as much as possible in everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor.
We now have Jeanette DeVolt, followed by Erica Alvarado. Okay. Erica Alvarado, followed by Isabella Breseño.
Hello. Today, I just want to speak a bit about CPS Energy's attempt to fold the rate hike into the budget here today. When I heard the news that CPS Energy was attempting to fold the rate hike into the next fiscal budget, I was absolutely appalled. CPS Energy is a public utility, meaning that you answer to us, the constituents, not to large businesses, to the data center stakeholders, but to us, folks here in this room. And actually, while I'm speaking, if folks can just look at me, because I am a constituent and speaking, thank you. At times, I feel that there's a nervousness in this room from our board members, that you all are nervous, that our communities will organize, that our communities will fight against you all, and that we will deny this rate hike. Additionally, it is absolutely disgusting that CPS Energy is providing our information to ICE and aiding and abetting in the kidnapping of our families, our friends, and our neighbors. We also demand that CPS Energy say no to any sort of information request from ICE. We do not want our information, our names, our numbers, our phone numbers, anything like that, to enter ICE's database, which will inevitably be used of violence. And also, we were out there giving a small rally for the rate hike, and there were police officers taking photos of us at our cars. And so I just don't appreciate that. We're not here committing any sort of violence against you all. We're just here speaking on behalf of our community and with our community as CPS Energy customers. So I just really do not want cops taking photos of us at all. I don't think that's cool. And we've been coming here for years, and I've never seen that before. So please just keep that in mind. We're customers. We live in this city, and so we just want the best for the folks around us. So really would appreciate attention while we're speaking, and also no cops taking photos of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alvarado.
We now have Isabella Breseño, followed by Brian Lopez.
Hello, I'm a member of Climate Justice San Antonio, and I'm also proud to live and teach on the southeast side of our city. I'm here, maybe in vain, maybe not, to urge you to not push forward another rate hike and to consider letting large consumers like data centers take the hit instead of us real, living, breathing ratepayers. I say in vain, possibly, because you, relatively unelected, rubber stamped by council body, have likely already made up your minds, because it's just business, right? You'll push forward another rate hike and dust off your hands and go back home and look your kids and families in the eyes with the confidence that you've successfully prioritize business over people, again, for a third time. When is the last time any of you have had to take something out of your grocery cart because you just couldn't make it happen that week? Probably not for quite a while. People are struggling. Groceries are expensive. Gas is expensive thanks to another pointless war. And our energy bills are already expensive as it is. We can't take it anymore. I know that I have students miss school because their power gets cut off. Students who already can't learn because they don't have food at home. It's inexcusable. You shouldn't be adding to it. And you can say these rate hikes only cost us a few more dollars, but even if that were true, it reveals that we're very, very different, us and you. You don't ever just need a couple more dollars to be able to put gas in your tank so you can even make it to work, to be able to get a protein at the grocery store so you can have the food and nutrition that you or your children need, to be able to just make a payment deadline by a few dollars. A few dollars are everything to some people. And raising rates right now is a symptom of not knowing how to read the room. Let data centers, the buildings, empty, almost humanless buildings, using up our power, pay more. Stop giving them incentives to make us stupid, to put stress on our grid, and to dirty our water. Protect the city you claim to serve, unless you're too busy disconnecting them without warning or clear-cut policy. Rate hikes and disconnections are inhumane. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Briseño.
We now have Brian Lopez, followed by Sharon Brown.
Hello, I'm Brian Lopez. Last month when I was here, we were not in a shooting war with Iran. This month, we're in a shooting war with Iran. Gas prices have spiked and it doesn't look like they'll be going back down anytime soon. I believe that there is a lot of work to be done for CPS Energy to be a truly benevolent entity for the working people of San Antonio. But for now, the least y'all could do is not raise our rates. It would be super cool if right now y'all didn't raise our rates. Also, Mayor Jones, my comrades with Climate Justice San Antonio have reached out to your office multiple times to request an opportunity to speak more in depth about the community's energy concerns and have received no answer yet. We are ready to meet when you are. You're welcome for my time.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Our final speaker is Sharon Brown.
For the record, my name is Sharon Brown, S-H-A-R-R-O-N. Name for the last rose of Sharon, so it's Sharon. I'm speaking on behalf of a project that I'm working on with the Catholic churches in the quote's name of Pope Francis, Poor Communities. I love the STEP program. We're taking advantage of that. We already did some energy assessments. We had the audit done. We have the lighting report done. We have a proposal done, and that's when it stops. Because the churches can't afford the difference between what CPS is giving as far as the rebates and what their communities can afford. So for example, a lighting project costs $14,000. They cannot afford. Well, CPS gives $11,000 of the 14. They can afford the $3,000. They can't get it from anywhere else. They can't get it from their parishioners because a lot of the churches were closed down from the Catholic Archdiocese worldwide. So I heard the word from these very articulate young people called an additional incentives for the churches. I'm not asking for everybody. Maybe Rudy and Dr. Mackey will just give me about 20 and see if that works. I know they're not in the churches daily like we are, the whole 80 hours a day, but they're struggling and they need this help. I am a retired energy efficiency and renewable energy consultant. I have been here many times. I've also talked with projects that have been beneficial to CPS. And when people did not listen to me, schools end up being closing. So thank you very much. And I think the mayor is doing a very good job, and Rudy is too. So I hope you would think about this incentive. And I think everybody knows how to get in touch with me. And if I could just have one person instead of reaching out to the whole CPS staff, I would appreciate that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to everybody who came out to speak today. Know that we are listening to what you say. I will keep my chair's remarks brief today. I wanted to give a shout out to our golf tournament, the 4 REAP Golf Classic, which is one of the ways our community comes together to support the REAP program. It's hosted by CPS Energy and IBEW Local 500. This golf tournament benefits our Residential Energy Assistance Partnership, and it just took place on March 23rd at Fair Oaks Ranch. More than $340,000 was raised for the program that aids customers with bill assistance. We want to thank all the sponsors, and in particular Bridgewater Consulting Group for the presenting sponsorship, and OCI Energy for their presenting sponsorship of the Par for a Purpose tournament kickoff. There were 72 golf teams participating, over 58 sponsors and donors, and it was a wonderful event. Next, just a reminder on our spring rebates, which can help customers save energy and money. I want to mention the Mow Down Smog rebate from March 1st to August 31st provides customer rebates for purchasing electric-powered lawn equipment instead of gasoline. The Green Shade Tree Program rebates are provided to customers to create shade, which keeps homes cooler and reduces energy use. Rebates of $50 for each eligible tree are awarded on a first-come, first-served basis. Trees must be purchased this season between, well, you have until April 30th, 2026. From now until April 30th to purchase the trees, they must be 3 gallons or larger and from the qualified species lists. And you can find more information at cpsenergy.com/tree rebate. We also support community events, very popular, where free trees are offered. And we have given away over 1,200 trees in the recent events. And finally, a reminder to call 811 before you dig as people start digging for spring plantings. We encourage you to call 811 first. You can make a request. You can call 811 or make a request online at texas811.org, because underground utility lines such as gas, electric, water, and communication cables are hidden below the surface, and we want to avoid that hazard to anyone in our community.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can you tell me who won the golf tournament?
Can you tell us who won?
I don't, Mr. Garza, can you tell me?
I don't have all the names of the winners, but I know Dr. Mackey's team was certainly amongst the winners of the golf tournament this year, as you usually are, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Garza.
Congratulations, Dr. Mackey. We will now move to the CEO recognition and remarks.
Thank you, Chair Romero, and thank you, trustees. I appreciate your time this afternoon. So today, we're going to go back and recognize our fourth quarter core value awardees from last fiscal year that ended in January. First and foremost, I want to emphasize, as always, our core values are our guiding principles that shape our culture, drive our decision-making, and enable us to deliver exceptional service to our community. Our core values define who we are as an organization, and they're at the heart of everything we do. We've been doing this since I became CEO, going on 5 years now, because there are all kinds of great things going on around our organization that the board should be aware of. This month, I'm going to highlight one in particular that was really a pretty amazing recognition. Where's Jason? Jason, come stand over here by me, man. So, Jason Alanis demonstrated exceptional commitment to safety by immediately responding to a dangerous incident involving a customer who encountered a down primary line. He secured the scene, assisted the injured individual by directing CPR, and coordinated with emergency responders and CPS Energy crews, and ensured the area was safe. So Jason literally saved one of our customers' lives, and was recognized accordingly for it. Jason, I appreciate you, as I talked about the other day. Our crews are out every day putting safety first while working to ensure reliable service for our customers. Jason's actions are just one example of the many that you see here today of our teams prioritizing safety for themselves and those around and them, including the community. So everyone returns home safely as they came to work. These individuals we're honoring today consistently model our core values, earning the trust and respect of those around them, which is why their peers, colleagues, and our customers nominated them. They consistently go above and beyond expectations, delivering outstanding results. So, board members, would you please join me in congratulating our employees for this well-deserved recognition?
Thank you all, and congratulations.
I'm also going to ask Justin Mooney, who's president of our IBW Local 500, and Joey Davila, who is the leader of our National Association of Public Employees, to please stand and be recognized. Most of the time, these guys are out in the field working and doing their jobs in addition to representing their members. I enjoy a great relationship, and as does my leadership team with these leaders. They're engaged in our safety conversations. They're helping our employees every day work through issues that labor leaders pop up. And, not every utility enjoys as good of a relationship with their labor leaders as CPS Energy does. So, gentlemen, I asked them to be here today because I wanted to take a moment and just say thank you in front of the board. You all are not just an extension of our leadership team here at CPS Energy. You're a big part of why I think we do it right. So, gentlemen, thank you for all you do for our employees and for me in particular. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, today's agenda, we've got one procurement item that we've briefed most of the board members either individually or in our committees. This contract will allow CPS Energy to replace aging infrastructure while modernizing its transport network to support current and planned grid operations. That item is on the consent agenda. We will go back to our conversation in the hopes of approving our budget today. Let me reiterate and be clear, this budget does not obligate this board or city council or anybody else to a rate increase. Our job is to make our revenues match our expenses, and that's what we do year in and year out. And when there's a gap that we cannot close, we will come to this board and have an appropriate conversation about why and how to set those priorities. So I just, as a leader of this organization, we have a process for rate conversations. We are not asking the board to vote on any budget that obligates you to a rate increase. When that time comes, and if it comes, we will have that conversation as appropriate. And finally, we'll have another update on our generation plan refresh. The generation plan is fundamental to our 5-year strategy. And so, really the priorities this year are our generation plan and realigning on what those expectations are, which flows into our 5-year, strategy, which really is the basis for how to provide the organization with short and long-term guidance so that we're building budgets and plans around the things that this board gives us feedback on. So it's a really important step this year in realigning with the new mayor and a new board member and making sure that we're on the right track. So I look forward to that conversation today as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Today we actually have 2 executive sessions, and we're going into the first one right now. This one should be relatively brief. Ms. Ramirez, can you take us into executive session?
Yes, ma'am. At this time, the board is going to recess into an executive session to discuss matters that have been duly posted under several provisions of Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including deliberation and other authorization on real property under Section 551.072. At the conclusion of executive session, the board will reconvene in open session, continue the meeting. It's 1:30 p.m. going into executive session.
Consent agenda, which includes 4 items today. Payment to the City of San Antonio is item A. B is minutes from the regular board meeting held on February 23rd. C is approval of real property purchase, new central service station. And D is procurement item, general services, supply and delivery of operational technology transport systems network. Does anybody want to pull any item from the consent agenda for a separate vote?
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull item C.
Anything else? The floor is then open for a motion on items 7A, B, and D.
I move that we approve 7A, B, and D.
I second. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Gonzalez? Yes. Mayor?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Chair? Oh, no, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
Motion carries for items A, B, and D.
All right. Would anybody like to request a brief presentation, which would be very brief, on item C, or are we ready to vote on it?
Request a presentation for the public's benefit, yeah.
All right, Ms. Lewis?
Good afternoon, trustees. Because this is a real estate procurement, I'm limited on what I can speak to in open session until after we procure the property. But what we are proposing is a purchase of a lot of property of approximately 9 acres for the replacement of the Mission Road Customer Service Center, which currently houses our gas business division. And the intent is to procure the property and prepare it for construction. It would not begin construction for several years.
Thank you. To the extent that she is able to answer them in open session, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Lewis? Starting on my right, see none. On my left, Mayor?
Ms. Lewis, would you please describe the environmental impact assessment that was conducted, specifically looking to understand if there's a potential heat island effect already potentially occurring in this area, how the relocation to this area may be, how the relocation may exacerbate that? Was anything like that taken into account?
We did not perform a heat island study because this property is in very close proximity to the existing property. It was not something that we considered necessary since we anticipated that one would cancel the other in terms of the use of the property.
In terms of the overall benefit to the community, though, was it some type of assessment undertaken to understand
No.
if it'd be better in another place over where it currently is? Understand going from, it's here where it's already a challenge. We're going to move it here where it's going to similarly be a challenge, potentially the same one. But identifying another place where that same presence would potentially not have nearly the same impact on the community.
Our assessment was tied specifically to the cost associated to our customers, the operational and efficiencies that it could drive in relation to being more cost-effective to operate. It was not specifically tied to anything having to do with environmental location for one property versus the other property, specifically in relation to the environment unto itself. No, ma'am.
Environment and public health.
Not associated with public health, no, ma'am.
Are you able to say how many properties were looked at that met the criteria?
We had a selection criteria that, yes, ma'am, I can. We had a selection criteria that were tied to seeking a property of at least a certain size, tied to proximity in terms of ingress, egress for easy access for our crew vehicles, and specifically the costs associated, the capability to build on site, whether or not it had active utility infrastructure available already. All of those things played into the selection decision, and the primary driver was our ability to effectively meet customer needs in terms of timing and an access perspective and efficiency, and then cost to the customer. Obviously, we're trying to be as affordable as we can be without requiring rate support for the project specifically.
And did all of the options under consideration meet the criteria?
All three of the properties that we assessed were the properties that were available at the time we were looking. They all had light industrial designation. 2 of the properties were substantially larger than what we needed and therefore contributed to a higher cost.
All right, floor is open for a motion on item 7C.
I'll motion for approval. I want to be clear, we're approving the actual property or the removing it from the agenda?
This is the motion was to approve the purchase of real estate for the new central service station.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Again, within the parameters of what we can discuss in open session, is there any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I think it's important, and I appreciate the staff's work to identify properties and efforts that would meet our long-term goals in terms of meeting the needs of our growing customer set. I think it is important, though, that we are trying to help ourselves as much as possible at the local level. Obviously, wearing the mayor hat, I'm very concerned about some of the things that we're monitoring at the federal level that are making it harder for us to, again, balance a lot of needs against the consequences of what's happening, for example, at the EPA and the impact on public health. Hence my questions in terms of how are we understanding the ramifications, potential ramifications of these large movements, especially when you're talking about a large presence of 300 trucks potentially in the downtown area. So I would ask that we, either through committee or however you want to formally communicate that to the staff, that be formally incorporated into the process by which we are able to evaluate various courses of action for property transactions. Thanks.
First, I want to start by, again, thanking staff as well as the mayor to highlight some concerns. She often says, I represent Ms. Martinez, right? I have to look at things through the lens of Ms. Martinez, and I couldn't agree with her more being responsible for Ms. Martinez, which is my own mother, who, if I didn't work hard as a small business, she could not make ends meet today, who lives on a fixed income under $600 a month. So that being said, this decision, like many decisions, I do take to heart that there's federal impacts, there's state impacts, and there's local impacts. What I would ask of our chairwoman and anybody who's a chair of any committee that we add these new criterias that are expected for us to consider. I will tell you, someone who was born and raised and still lives in the south side and west side, environmental concerns have ever been a priority. And I hope that we ask the Sevilla as well as SOS and any entity that does any investments and developers in that part of town, because I don't believe with the decision today will change the numbers and concerns that have placated that community for a very, very long time.
Anybody else? All right, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor?
No.
Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, our next item is item 8, which are discussion items, and these are in your packet. We had the board committee report from the Operations Oversight Committee and the report from the Community Input Committee on March 11th. And again, I just want to thank every time the CIC and its members for all the work that they do. Is there any discussion on this item? We're on item 8, the 2 committee reports.
I do have a question. It was brought up by a concerned citizen, I think on the CIC or maybe a vendor. Do we, on those meeting notes or any meeting notes, I'm still a little perplexed on, and I think there was a report, and this might be a item outside of the CIC. Certain recommendations have been brought to the CIC. I want to make sure that, can I just forward those to you? I got a CIC member that followed up with me saying that certain recommendations that were brought up before have not been addressed. So can I just go ahead and just email you that?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then the other thing is a presentation that was given to us, and I wasn't sure if it was done in CIC or before us, that have to do with solar rebates.
I am working from, oh, Kathy's going to come up and talk.
Sorry, it's just I'm getting everything a little muddled because there's a lot coming at us.
My guess might be we had some conversations about the update on our STEP program.
Yes, and so the reason why I'm asking that is I want to make sure that I can't recall whether the full board through a committee received a presentation on that. And the concern that I have for my citizens is that if I understand correctly, the way the new federal mandate is happen, the current providers of solar panel placement, they will no longer have the authority to do so, only a handful of vendors, is that correct, under the new regulations?
I'm not sure that I am familiar with solar installer impacts. You know, I know we gave the STEP presentation.
It was through the STEP, yeah.
We gave that update to the board, I think, last September, and are slated soon to give that to City Council. We were on the agenda, and it's been moved a couple of times. In terms of any kind of federal requirements coming down on solar installers, I'd have to look into that and get
Can you look into that for me, please? And the only reason why I'm asking is because my only concern would be that if there's an elimination of individuals who currently have implemented those, right? And as it is, it's muddy waters. A lot of people will get upset with us when maybe a vendor out there installed and did a horrible job, and now they're stuck with panels that they can't.
Okay.
Now you see where I'm going with this?
Yes.
My concern now will be if they eliminate the existing vendors from being able to either honor the warranty or maintain them, and there's only a handful, that means we have a bunch of individuals now out there that will not have support for the installations that already took place if there's a smaller pool of only authorized vendors, the way I understood it.
So what might be coming into play here is that the state legislature did pass kind of a Bill of Rights and consumer education information for consumers that are wanting to put solar on their homes. So it could be something about that, and maybe that has sparked additional conversations that if you've had somebody install, and you know, what is that doing to your warranty if that installer is not in place anymore?
Right.
So I'll have to work.
Yeah, can you give me that language? And again, this, you know, we get approached by different individuals in the community, and so I just want to make sure that I understand it a little bit more, because my biggest concern at this point would be those that already have solar panels installed, and then that company goes out of business because they no longer can support that. And then my other concern would be, as it is, CPS is always like, it's your fault. So I want to make sure that we clearly understand what the consequences of that new bill is.
Okay.
And how do we protect, within our scope, consumers.
Okay, I will work with our team and we'll see what we can get for you.
Thank you.
And we can definitely have that in our STEP briefing when we do get it, but this wasn't something that was presented or discussed unless somebody had a quick question on it at CIC, but I don't remember this at all at CIC, so. But thank you for bringing that up. We will add that to, get you the information, add that to STEP. All right, we are on item 9. Mr. Kuczynski. This is our budget overview.
All right, thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, trustees. All right, so just to recap, I'm here again to discuss our recommended budget. We had a discussion last month at the last board meeting And so we're going to have this discussion, answer any questions that the board may have, and then again, as noted on the slide, we'll recommend this budget for approval. And again, we believe that it's meeting those community priorities and ultimately aligning with the board's strategic focus that we've been operating under. As we get going on this, this next slide is really to kind of hone in on, as we think about the budget that we're going to discuss, we want to take a moment to really kind of size our community and size our company. I know the board is very familiar with this, but for those listening, we're not just large because we're a big city. We are large in part because we are a number of companies all under one ownership. So, the 3,700 employees we have serve nearly 1 million electric customers. We have 56 generating plants. That's pretty significant. And as a transmission and distribution company as well, we have several thousand miles of lines across our territory. And then, of course, we are a gas company as well, and we have about 400,000 gas customers as well in our community. So all that to really just note, we're not just a large company. A lot of this infrastructure as well is aging, and that in part is one of the reasons we have budgets that support refreshing some of those assets. So the strategy that we've really been pursuing over the last couple of years has been a direct result of customer input. And as we've talked about in the past, our teams have gone out and discussed with our customers, surveyed our customers, been out in the community, and reliability continues to be the number one concern, along with affordability and clean energy. So as you look to this budget and to the numbers that are in here, it's really been focused in improving our system here locally across all lines of business. And through the board's direction, we presented last month on the scorecard. Our Chief Strategy Officer, Elena Ball, shared this, so I won't go into the details. But the connection I'm trying to make is that it's intended, this budget that we're discussing is intended to meet those customer expectations through the achievement of these targets. And I think that was the main thread that I wanted to call out here. We didn't talk as much about this last month, so I wanted to address it here. Ultimately, there are many benefits to our customers, through the execution of us doing our business. Whether it's for individual residential customers, our small businesses, which are many in the community, our larger commercial and industrial businesses, and just the general economic environment that makes us an attractive city to move to. No matter what category you fall into, ultimately, everyone is getting some element of benefit, through, fewer outages, shorter outages, the speed of restoration. Our customers always, can benefit from our teams being ready, the predictability of execution of a plan, and really having that resiliency built into the grid is obviously a top concern. And broadly speaking, all of this investment in the infrastructure here at CPS Energy really allows us to continue to be, a strong economy, attract, both individuals and businesses to the community. So all that said, I know some of this is fairly obvious, but we want to acknowledge kind of with the different groups of folks and the benefits that we intend to achieve, they can receive. All that said, we've mentioned this before. We know that some of our customers in our community will need some additional support. And that was brought up last month as well. And so this budget that we've proposed, much like our prior ones, supports multiple programs or plans or multiple outreaches across the community for those in need or to get folks connected to various programs. So this slide, I think, does a good job highlighting the multiple payment assistance programs that we offer. It calls out that in addition to being able to, pay your bill online or at HEBs, we have walk-in centers as well for folks if they need to talk to someone. We've called out here a variety of the programs underneath our our energy efficiency program. There's a long list there. And then, of course, our biggest programs are our affordability discount program and our residential energy assistance partnership programs. And then, of course, we have a few critical care programs that we've discussed. So That merely serves as a reminder, just to folks listening, that these are things that we've been behind for years and have supported through our budgets. So as we go into the next few slides, we've taken a slightly different approach to showing the recommended budget by different categories in a way that we did, or differently than we did last board meeting. It's really to acknowledge the conversation that came up at last board meeting around what's required versus what are the things that there may be some element of discretion, knowing that there are elements to performance that may be impacted. So all that to say, when you take the $1.7 billion capital budget and the $1 billion O&M budget and kind of look at it through that lens, about 70% of the budget that we had proposed falls in that category of required investments. Largely speaking, a lot of the projects fall under the state obligation to serve customers that come to town, or other kind of state or federal compliance regulations that may be out there. And so that sums up to the 1.9, call it $2 billion worth of investment. A large share of that is around our plant operations. This is both the capital and the O&M components of it. But as we've discussed before, this is to, again, provide the power to our community for all the customers that are here. And then, of course, we talked about this last month. The customer connections component of it is also nearly $300 million in this particular year. And then there's a list of, a variety of projects under the compliance umbrella, along with things that we put in this category, such as insurance, which, as our fleet has grown, those dollars have grown as well. And then, of course, the last bucket there around transmission costs, which we talked a little bit about at the last meeting. But again, this is a component of our business that's regulated at the state level, and we take guidance from that. So given that, the second part here is about the remaining portion of our budget. And about 30% of that budget, we believe is, important to achieve the customer service level metrics that I showed on the scorecard earlier in this presentation, and that was shared last month's board meeting. And so if we look at them, they can kind of be categorized into these two buckets here around reliability and kind of other community investments. And these are the types of projects that kind of directly tie to the various kind of reliability metrics that were on the scorecard. And so, I may have mentioned it at the last meeting. These are all programs that one could scale. I don't think these are programs we would do away with entirely, but the level of investment here for each of these categories, like pole replacements, tree trimming, et cetera, are what we believe consistent to meet those enterprise metrics that we shared on the previous slide. And then, of course, there's other things around the outreach and support and partnerships that we do in the community. We fund those. Things like streetlights are obviously a community investment. We kind of view it that way. Our call center is 24/7 as an example, and so getting staffing for that is part of these dollars. But they're all things that have elements of scalability to them. Okay, so given that, I know the board has seen this particular slide. The real point of this, again, just for those who are listening, is really showing kind of the historical context of what this community has been through, and that the investment cycle of CPS Energy and many utilities is cyclical for two reasons. One, the assets we build will age over time and require a new asset to replace it. And two, of course, is growth, which we've talked about at length. And the correlation from this slide is simply over the years, the bar is notating the nominal dollar of our capital spend, and the corresponding yellow stars show when CPS Energy did rate requests. And the point is there are correlations to them. And the second point is that the far right is where we are today, and we're kind of in this third cycle over the last 55 years. So nothing to do with that other than to just have that historical context. That I think it's an interesting illustration. So we talked a little bit about how we recover these costs. And we had a little bit of a discussion on what the cost of service kind of effort and study means. The distinction that I'm trying to make on this slide is about the steps and sequence in which we do it. Again, just for those who are listening, this conversation is about the budget. It's about the totality of dollars to be spent to invest in the broader system that collectively we all share. What we do after that, once we identify whatever the target number is, it's really about, well, how do you ensure that the right customer is paying for the part of the system that they're using? And that's really the second bucket that says align rates with cost. That is where we're doing the study that says, okay, how do you allocate? And we do that ultimately through again, an industry standards process that I'll come back and talk to this board about in a few months. And then ultimately that manifests itself into the rates that we charge in the tariffs. So the current rates that we have on all of our individual tariffs, residential, commercial, industrial, those are aligned with supporting how we want to allocate or recover dollars for our system. So all that to say, more to come on that conversation, but really just to kind of delineate the discussion on the budget and then how that will eventually manifest itself into our next conversations. Okay, so as I was talking about recovering costs, I think it's important to always say and remind, again, those listening, I know the board knows this, that we are a non-for-profit. And we're built that way, and because of it, it's really just the cost to operate that we are ultimately looking to recover. In a kind of ideal, perfect world, as noted in the middle of this slide, every year our recovery of dollars would equal the cost to run the business plus any city payment. But that is very typically not the case in any given year. Some years, the recovery that we plan for is a little bit less than the cost. Some years, it's a little bit more. And when the delta goes too far away, that's when we have separate and apart conversations, as Rudy had mentioned, for any type of rate request. But that is not what we are here to do today. And I think that kind of conceptual tee-up leads to this next slide. Oh, actually, no, not quite yet. Looks like we're missing a slide. See it in here.
Missing that sources versus use of funds?
It is. I'm going to go out of order because this structurally makes sense. In your book, it's slide 15 for me. It may be 25 for you. Sorry about that. So given that concept that I just teed up, this was a slide that we shared a couple weeks ago at City Council during their B session. We don't often show this one, but this is both sides of the equation. So while the budget here that we're talking to you today on is the expense side of the business. However, I just talked about revenue or recovering costs. That's the green picture, or the green bar on the right-hand side. So the conversation today is about approving a capital and O&M budget that would allow us to execute those expenditures on the left-hand side. The O&M budget is straightforward at a little over $1 billion. You don't actually see the $1.7 billion capital cost because we finance that. So what you really see is a capital plan that we will spend actual dollars on, but we will borrow, in this case, about 80% of that, and that'll manifest itself into that debt service line, which is why I've got capital in parentheses there. That is simply the principal and interest that we're paying, not just on this year's capital plan, but on the historical capital plan over the last couple decades. And then, of course, there are other parts of our expenditures that are not something that the board technically approves, but they are expenditures nonetheless. And that, of course, is our contribution to our repair and replacement account. I probably should have put capital next to that as well, because that's ultimately intended to support the capital plan, but the cash funding component of it. So when I mentioned we are going to finance in this particular year 80% of that $1.7 billion with financing, the other 20% is going to be from cash. And then, of course, city payment this year, a little over $560 million. That would be the largest city payment that we've done in the past. But, of course, our revenues are growing, so correspondingly, you would expect to see that. And then, of course, fuel and regulatory costs. These are the adjustment on the bill, so that is a separate tariff that governs those recoveries. In any case, all of those costs, though, if you go over to the right, all the revenue that we're recovering is still allocated consistent with the cost of service study. So what I think is interesting on the right-hand side, and I mentioned this to the board last month, is how much of the revenue that we anticipate from growth, because that's a hot topic. And nearly $200 million is identified to come from growth. And the bottom right-hand side of this slide shares what those drivers are. Close to 20 million from the residential growth. That's just the 26,000 people we expect to move here in this coming year. 46 million from commercial growth. These are all large commercial customers. And then 135 extra from wholesale revenue. And I think this is a good moment to really talk about the benefits of the acquisition we did last year. The acquisition of the peaker plants that we purchased last year were absolutely assets that we needed to grow into. So we needed the assets, and they were new and young. But in the next couple of years, we are going to grow into that. So just having that additional length with those assets has contributed another $135 million in wholesale growth. So the entire wholesale book over the next couple of years will range between $400 and $500 million, which is an incredibly large offset to the expenses we need to incur, and a huge benefit for our community. And so I'd note that as a pretty good success. And the last thing I might note is, as you look at the revenue focus here, we had just met with the investor community almost 2 weeks ago. And this is always a good insight in terms of kind of the questions they ask about your business. And they ask a lot of questions about the revenue and expense side. And I think what they're most impressed with not just Texas, but San Antonio still being very strong when it comes to a growth perspective, they've been particularly impressed with just the community over the last 4 years in terms of how proactive we have been in the investments that we've made. So they particularly cited the acquisition that we just purchased, and the year prior from that, the Corpus Christi and Laredo asset. So it was nice to get some validation from the investors who ultimately are the ones who will be lending us money in the future. All of that to say, as you note there on the slide, there's still about 1% worth of revenue that has a gap relative to the expenditures. And I think that's ultimately what we're saying. There is a gap of revenues relative to expenditures that we will, again, in the future, work to close. But there are many ways that you could go forward to doing that. And that is, again, for a future discussion that I think we'll be more prepared to have once we get through most of our summer months and we see ultimately how that revenue picture will manifest. So I didn't mean to take too long on that slide, but I think there's a lot of
Can we stay with this slide there, Corey?
Yeah, sure. Oh, sorry.
Everything you presented, is good. I've always supported you on this. But when I look at the revenue and I look at the expenditures, I definitely see that gap right there.
Yes, sir.
I know in prior years we've closed that gap, but in the present, after the acquisitions of the plants that we purchased in Corpus Christi and Laredo, in Houston, and I know you're saying that it looks good that we're gonna receive close to $400 to $500 million?
Yes, sir.
Okay. However, when I look at this right here, and looking at this budget, I support it because we have to move forward, support the budget. But I would like to see every month that we present this budget for the next 6 months, because I want to see how we closing this budget in the board meeting. I just want till September. And you've always showed it to us.
Yes, sir.
How we've done that, but I like to see that right there. And the other thing I like to see too, and this is just Willis Mackey, if we ever talk about a rate case or anything like that before, again, our budget, could you please run that through Ben Gazelle at the city to let us know, that the city budget department and CPS is on the same level? That's all I asked, the two questions right there.
Yeah. And I'll answer them in kind of an order. Happy to show kind of what the monthly financials are, but Chair Romero, I can get with you and we can discuss how we want to do that if you'd like. And then secondly, to your point, the Office of Public Utility with Ben Gorzel, as you know, we meet with them on a monthly basis, and quarterly we show them financials. And before we do anything from a process perspective, we ensure that there's been a lot of communication between our two groups, so that there's no miscommunication whenever we kind of have that discussion.
You remember we first did that first rate case?
I remember
we
well.
sat down with them, and there was concerns. We were able to close those concerns, answer those questions. I was wondering if we could do something similar to that right there. This happened 4 years ago. I know you still recall because it was your first couple of meetings that we did that. It gives me that comfort level when he put that stamp on it. I'm okay with it. I'm okay.
Yeah, I think process-wise, we've put a lot of steps in place, and I can get with Rudy as well, and we can
Thank you.
address that. Okay. Shall I continue? Okay.
Close to finishing, so can you just go through the rest?
Yes, ma'am. I will, if you want to keep your eyes closed, I'm going to flip back to where we were. Pretend that this is exactly where we were. Okay, a few more slides. I'll be quick because I know we've shown these to the board before. We talked, this slide was intended to really address, hey, are you looking for efficiencies? These are a lot of the same items that we discussed at the last board meeting. We did just kind of add on the far right-hand, top right-hand corner, just kind of the summary, so you didn't have to do work on adding stuff up in terms of the annual savings that were kind of pulled out of our budget, the one-time savings of nearly $70 million. And then that external funding number, Dr. Mackey, that's actually the wholesale revenue numbers I was kind of pointing to, that those are additional dollars coming into the organization through our length. So I can move on past this one since we've seen it, but again, for those seeing it for the first time, there was a lot of work being done behind the scenes. I know I've shown this a time or two in the past, and I think really the only point to share with this is that, for the last 4 decades, CPS has really been trying to manage our bills. And I know that's separate and apart from, can our customers here afford whatever the number is. But this is showing that we're trying to control the best, in terms of what we can control, the cost inputs and things of that nature. So what this shows is the pink line is really, the national measure of inflation, CPI, and then the bottom purple line is really our rates relative to where inflation has trended. It goes back to the early 80s. So I think, again, when I think of economic history, I think this is a very interesting slide just to give some context to the effort of all the employees that came before us. Probably go quickly over the next 3 slides. This is really just kind of summarizing the totality of the budget. Is really focused on kind of 3 main areas. It's about running the business and investing in the infrastructure needed to deliver our product to folks day to day. It's about hardening the system and strengthening them. A lot of that has come over the last 3 to 4 years, and a lot of investments are around that. And then, of course, it's investing in growth through our community, but again, recognizing that we're sharing the costs in a thoughtful, fair manner. And I'll just connect this dot. The scorecard here that we had seen earlier that was shared last month, I put a little equal sign there, just referencing that we designed this budget, in mind of trying to achieve these metrics, and ultimately we think this is a budget that is, as low as it can be to support this scorecard. Again, recognizing that, to Dr. Mackey's point, we will work to close that gap on the revenue side. Okay, and here we go, Chair. I am at my last slide, ultimately seeking approval for the number stated there for the capital, the O&M. And if you recall, there was the transmission financing structure that we had discussed last month that we had approval for. This is just calling out the actual dollars that we will spend on those uniquely identified projects. So I will pause there and see if there's any questions for me or any of the operational leaders that are here.
Thank you, and I recognize our Vice Chair.
At this time, Madam Chair, I motion to approve the budget as presented by the CPS administration.
Is there a second? And then we can move to comments and questions. I will second. I will start on the right with Dr. Gonzalez for questions. Okay. Okay. All right, I guess I'll take myself in order. I have a couple questions for you. we go back to your 25, our 15 again? This is probably really obvious, but it just occurred to me that if somebody asked me this question, I don't know how to answer it. Why is fuel and regulatory different on the expenditure and the revenue side?
I was hoping you'd ask that
Were
because
you?
we identified that as well. Yeah, city payment is included on the revenue side with fuel and regulatory, but on the left-hand side for expenditures, I carved out the totality of city payment from all the different lines of revenue. So that's the main driver of that.
I don't know that I still, I mean, the monetary amount for fuel and regulatory is different. And I don't understand why, because what we spend on fuel is what we pass along to our customers.
And it's grossed up by 14%. So on the revenue
Oh,
side,
okay. I see,
I've
I
got
see.
the fuel cost plus the 14%, but I was trying to bucketize all the city payments into one. So there are a few other smaller things in there, but that's the majority of it.
Bucketize, yes.
It's an official word I learned in school. Yeah.
Okay, I might have some comments, but I don't have any more questions.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. And I appreciate the clarification, right? Because when we had this briefing last month, the exact verbiage was this budget assumes a rate increase. And I think with everything that our neighbors are facing, the assumption that a rate increase would be the only option to close the gap, I think was jarring for them. And so again, certainly appreciate CPS coming before the owners, the city council, to explain that. And then the reframing today, which I think is more appropriate and frankly what our neighbors would expect, which is, no, you should assume there is no rate increase and assume you will have to justify the request for a rate increase if that $50 million gap in fact remains. So I know I know the numbers haven't changed, none of that has changed, but I think how we explain it to the community about what they may or may not see is much clearer. So thank you again, reiterating that this budget does not assume a rate increase. And in fact, the 1% may be covered at a hide if it continues to exist. Look at reserves, look at some of the other operating costs that may need to be adjusted to cover what is frankly a relatively small amount of money given the $5 billion budget. For those listening, can you talk about how this budget accounts for what we're seeing at the federal level in terms of certain changes, even from when you started developing the budget to now? I think it'd be helpful for folks to understand how some of those things we may already be seeing here, right, and not just in our power generation plan.
I'll say a few things, and I'll defer to maybe Shannon or Kathy if there's more. But I think one of the things we've noticed is just we've pulled forward a lot of the RFPs for our renewables, just based on some of the timing of credits going away. Other than that, we haven't seen anything material come from the investments we've been making, in part because we are still operating towards the cap goals that the city established. And so a lot of those investments we're continuing to make as part of that. But I'll pause if there's any other comments.
Yeah, I would just add, we had been getting more aggressive than we had been with pursuit of federal grants. We have seen that those opportunities dry up a bit. And so, we're still, we've got, all that being said, Congressman Castro has gotten a couple of appropriations through the federal budget process for weatherization, for resiliency. So I think, Mayor, we're trying our best to manage the, potential negative implications, but also figure out new ways to work with our federal partners to get some of these things done, outside of asking our ratepayers for them. So we're going to keep trying. And when there are big policy changes that do, that do change kind of the outlook of our business, we'll come to the board and we'll share those with you.
For example, one of the things I'd be interested in, I know we've talked about the implications of not being able to retire the coal assets as quickly as we would have thought. Where would we see the need to keep those assets longer in the portfolio? Where would we see that, the impact of that in our budget?
You would likely see most of that expense in the O&M bucket, So the operation and maintenance of the day-to-day stuff of running it, and you'd also see it in the fuel, because we'd be buying coal. Those would be like the main operational areas that you would see it. But a lot of unknown, obviously, on duration and time and all that stuff. So those are the two main areas you'd see that.
And I appreciate that, because as we are at the city level, I know CPS is also looking at, frankly, what that ledge agenda needs to look like for next year for Austin. We need to be able to articulate how changes at the federal level are impacting not only our budget, but thus our requirement for assistance from the state to help us achieve any of our goals, but certainly our power generation goals in a time and in a way in which we expected. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
What was the budget for 2026?
Capital budget was, gosh, a little over $1 billion, I want to
The
say.
entire budget.
The entire budget. The totality of our revenue expenditures was about $4.6 billion. Is that what you're talking
What was it
about?
again?
The totality of everything last year was around 4.6, right? Yeah.
Okay, and what is the budget for 2027?
I'm interpreting the phrase budget by this slide, so you
What
mean
you're
all
asking
this
us to
stuff, right?
support?
Yeah. Well, the actual ask to support is just the capital and O&M. So it's the 1.6 billion capital project. It's the 70 million for the transmission financing structure and the non-fuel O&M of 1 billion. If you're looking at just this from last year, the capital would have been closer to 1 billion.
No, that's not the total budget.
Combined? What number do you have?
I asked you those questions. I emailed them to you.
Right,
I didn't get
so-
a final response. And I want to thank you for working with me on the weekend.
Yeah.
So I emailed you several questions, and one of them was on the budget and the gap. So I'm sure you have those numbers. You're
I
the
do.
expert.
I do. You asked, does the budget, let's see. You said our revenue slide shows 5.3 billion. So I am taking this slide, 5.2 billion right there, 5.3 if you round it, and I'm comparing it to the 4.47, which would have been the equivalent of last year. So last year's O&M, debt service, repair and replacement, city payment, and fuel and regulatory was about 4.5. The component that we're voting on here is a subset of that, just the capital and O&M. So the comparison to what you voted on would have been the recommendation slide. The comparison to the totality of our expenditures would be this slide. The main drivers that are different on the expenditures primarily include the acquisition of the peakers that we just bought. There's additional O&M and capital spend and fuel expenses. So those three buckets on the blue are the main drivers that got the expenditures up from the previous 4.5 to the close to 5.3.
What is the dollar amount for the gap?
The gap is about $50 million. At 1% delta is approximately $15 million.
Thank you. So I have a couple of other questions. So did we already vote on the West Side campus construction?
Yes.
Too late for that. What about the insurance? Can you tell me a little bit about our insurance costs?
Yeah, absolutely. There's three main drivers really around that. Probably the first most obvious one is that we've increased the number of assets that we're insuring. So with the purchase of our most recent peakers last year, and then prior to that, we had the Corpus Christi and Laredo assets. We've seen our insurance go up. However, generally speaking, there's a much harder insurance market with prices and premiums generally trending upward. So we would have seen those pressures anyways, even with our existing fleet. And then, there have been the size of third-party losses have varied and gotten up a little bit. So those three items are kind of compounding itself into the insurance bucket.
And how much did it go up from 17 million to what?
25?
Okay, just want to make sure the board understood how significantly it went up.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me a little bit more about the evolved budget.
Yeah, although I could also ask Evan if he's right here. But I think your question was really about the delta in terms of what's driving the increase in activities from last year to this year. And mostly I think it's just ramped up activities, but I will defer to Evan since I got him right here.
Yeah, thanks, Corey. So the Evolve dollars go up this year because we've actually moved from our global design phase, which was last fiscal year, into the build and test phase. So as a reminder, next calendar year is when we are anticipating for our go live date. So this year is really ramping up both our internal labor to support that, as well as all of our partners increasing their labor to do all of the necessary configuration, data migration, testing, and so on.
Increase of the budget.
So the total capital for the Evolve budget this year is just over 100 million. Last year was
Evan, that's plan.
correct.
That's always
yeah. That's in line with our $304 million total program cost, which we're still on track relative to.
So the total program will be 304 million?
For the ERP specifically, yes.
And then the insurance went up, I think, you said 47%? Due to all those items you mentioned?
The insurance was from 17 million to 25 million.
And then if you can kind of go back to the debt cap and explain that to us? And do we vote already on the 70%? But that's the new basis when we measure success, we're okay at the 70%?
I believe we are.
And that was a vote from all of us?
No, we don't vote on the metrics per se. They're kind of a subset of the enterprise metrics. But underpinning the exercise we did with the community in 2022 that ultimately manifested itself into the board-approved generation plan, that spend profile over the 15 years anticipated taking our debt-to-capitalization ratio up to no higher than 70%, holding that for a few years, and then working to bring it back down. The point being, it's a very large investment. We wanted to use our balance sheet, and we believed we could borrow additional funds to mitigate any rate impacts. And so as part of that trajectory over the last couple of years, we've gone up to the 65% range, and now we're throttling into the 65 to 70 for the next handful of years.
So you're saying that historically, the Board of Trustees don't vote on that item. You just throw it in the generation plan, and we shouldn't vote on that item? Like, you don't believe that part of governance is for us to make sure what that debt percentage is?
The board is always welcome to give input. We're merely executing the votes that are, that we've done over the years. But over the last 19 years that I've been here, we've shared it. We've taken guidance from the board. If there's a different direction the board would like to go into, that's absolutely something we can consider. But I don't believe we've ever taken a vote, per se, on the metrics.
Just to clarify, it is a little bit confusing because while the board used to vote to accept the metrics, that was a governance requirement under the EIP program for bonuses.
I don't think you need I understand that. I'm just curious, under today's budgetary constraints and the ask, that I think as a board, we should consider that item outside. I understand we no longer hold it to your performance as C-suite executives, but it is an item that I firmly believe is something that we as trustees need to be aware of. That's we've been asked, and I've been very supportive of all the investments and expenditures. That is an item we have to be looking at carefully. And if the board doesn't really understand that, I think that they need to understand why I'm concerned about that number.
3 years ago, when we asked the board to consider the generation plan, we always included what that was going to take from a debt perspective to accomplish that. And 70% has been that number from day one. So, if we're going to do it some other way, and really the only other way to do it is either not continue down the road we've been going on, which we're going to have that conversation in the next presentation and subsequent discussions about revising or updating our generation plan. 70% was always that number. And so if there's a concern about, we're not talking about moving beyond that number. We're staying within what we said we were going to do. Yes. But that's always been the plan.
I don't disagree that you guys have not been transparent. What I'm stating as someone who's responsible, fiduciary responsibility, is that we're very aware of that number and that we understand that number, and we shouldn't just keep moving the needle just because we said, well, it's always been part of the plan. We've always discussed it. I'm just saying that's a number we need to be very careful about.
Yeah.
That's all I'm stating. This is not in any way questioning the transparency, the lack of planning. We're just in a different situation in today's environment. That's all I'm saying.
I'm happy to report out on it every month as we need to.
Well, that's up to the chair and my fellow trustees. I'm just being very mindful of that number.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all your questions? Okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to say, I think, I'm glad we had this extra discussion, this extra round of discussions. I think in retrospect, the word assumes was not helpful, and I don't know where it all came from. And I asked you to put this slide up because I just started asking, where's the slide that says there's a rate increase? Because I felt like I missed something, because everybody in the community seemed to think there was one. And I can see why people got that idea. So I'm glad that with this discussion, we are separating the two things. And so I do respect this budget. And I wanted to tell some of the people who appeared here and citizens to be heard that, we can't sneak a rate increase in through a budget. I don't think any of us would ever do that. Would also be illegal because council has to approve a rate increase. So that's not going to happen. At the same time, I want to say that there's no decision here on rate increase, yes or no. And, I think what Dr. Mackey said about just keeping us updated all the time on efficiencies is really helpful. And I know you're always doing that. You're always looking for efficiencies. And that particularly at the end of the summer, we're going to know a lot more about the wholesale market through the summer, and I appreciate that. But I also just want to say, I don't think we're necessarily saying that these two things have to be balanced at the end of the year. We have to make investments in decarbonization. Decarbonization's not free. We can't do it if we don't have enough for it. We can't support reliability unless we make investments, and we can't even support affordability unless we make investments. So I like that this budget is a living thing, and so I just want to be clear, there are no assumptions here about a rate increase. This is our budget.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
All right, thank you. We are very lucky to have you and your expertise here and your team. Thank you
Very much. Appreciate it.
So there is a motion and a second on the table, and we are ready for a roll call.
Trustee Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Mayor?
Yes.
Trustee Gonzalez?
No.
Vice Chair Dr. Mackey?
Yes.
Chair?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. All right, we are on item 10, Energizing Progress Together, Generation Plan Refresh with Mr. David Key.
Good afternoon, trustees. Thank you for the time to allow me to continue the conversation on our generation plan and our generation plan refresh efforts. Last time I was here in January, we started the conversation really focusing on the success of our Vision 2027 generation plan. Today, we're going to probe a little bit further, talk about some of the drivers and how we are planning to grow our system to meet the growth that we're seeing on the demand side. Before I begin, I want to remind everybody there's no activity, or there's no action required today, no vote. I'm looking for discussion, deliberation, so happy to answer questions and help keep this conversation going. Like I mentioned, we're going to talk through what's changed, a little bit about our path forward, try to keep this at a strategic level because really we're talking about the bigger strategy for meeting our growth. And overarching community engagement has always been a part of our process, so I'll provide a little bit of updates on that. When we talk about our Vision 2027 generation plan, that is the plan that we have in place today. That was part of a very in-depth and very methodical process as part of a bigger strategy initiative. So when we talk about generation plan refresh, we are talking about the next version of that plan. And this is going to be key to the Vision 2030 plan that's going to be coming before the board. So I wanted to, I guess, make sure that it's well understood that this is a part of a bigger strategy, corporate-wide initiative really focusing on reliability, value, and cleaner energy for the generation plan as part of the larger vision. Lots of community engagement, community touch points, and collaborating both internally and externally. So I want just to remind everybody on that this is a bigger part of a bigger strategy. We talked a little bit last time about growth. I'll focus on it again more in depth today. I think we are all aware that the city is growing. The rate of change of growth, so how fast things are growing, is what we're really seeing, is what we're really focusing on. So when we think about growth, originally we had seen some really good growth numbers when we did this in 2022. 115 megawatts was the forecast. Looking at the growth numbers now, we see up to 260 megawatts of growth. That's over 2 times the growth expectation versus the last time we looked at this. So wanted to show about the rate of change. But what does a megawatt really mean? I mean, that's something that we use internally in the industry. It's really the unit of measure of power, and a megawatt is equivalent to about 250 homes. So when we talk about megawatts of growth, we're talking about around a good-sized neighborhood. And when we look at the system today, the system has just under 6,000 megawatts of use. So to put that in a frame of reference, that's roughly 1.4 million homes if you have to think about a way to give it a volume or give it a size. Our original generation plan efforts looked at growth to get up to about 7,400 megawatts by 2040. Looking at our latest numbers, it's 9,600 megawatts by 2040. So the latest numbers have an increase roughly of about 600,000 homes to give it frame of reference. So a large change in what we're seeing, and it's really focusing. So I'll also note that when we talked about the generation plan originally, we're very focused on 2030. Now we're starting to focus on 2040 because that's the next big step for the cap goal. So I'll place that there. I'll talk more about that here in a second. But continuing on the discussion on growth, what's driving the growth? And this is a question we've seen, and it's something that we are trying to help share. I would say overall, growth is happening everywhere. Residential is growing, as you can see in the white. On the left, the white bars used to be in the 2026, we're starting at about 3,500 megawatts worth of residential use. And we're expecting to see by 2040 about 4,700 megawatts of residential use. So residential is growing, but also you can see commercial is growing. And you can see the 2 numbers there on the commercial side. So both are growing. The city is growing, but there is a high level of growth on the commercial side. I will also note that this commercial numbers includes very large users, including industrial facilities that manufacture items, grocery facilities, or facilities that have large use like refrigeration, in addition to things like data centers, because it's all really the size that we have to think about when we're planning. We're trying to figure out how do we provide for this use and these customers. So talking about growth really got into the next level of detail. We'll probably show additional details next month, but wanted to share that this is what we're seeing, and these are observations. When we talk about how we're going to meet the growth, I think we're expecting to see this big change. We're going to have some really non-intuitive product come out of this project, and really, it's not that big of a change. We're just really right-sizing our blended mix. I want to key back to the efforts when the RAC did all of the really deep due diligence that they did. They learned what generation planning is. They learned how it works, and they really understood the characteristics behind a generation plan to make a really good generation plan that balances the priorities of our community. So instead of trying to change all of the priorities that they've set, we think the right thing to do is make sure that we just right-size the blended mix that we've talked about in the past. Look for the technology challenges, the technology changes that are coming forward, and create a blended mix that keeps those same priorities using the updated assumptions. So this is really the bottom line for what the process is going to be aiming towards. Again, I've admitted to being a recovering engineer, so this is what we needed to use to show the picture about what we're seeing and going forward. And I want to build this up a little bit because it's a pretty good picture to show what we're looking at. So This shows usage over time, starting 2026 all the way through 2050. So this is our 25-year plan. And if you start at the bottom, that bottom area is our existing assets. So that's all of our existing generation. You can see it starts off pretty high and it starts to taper off as time goes down, or as time goes on, because we start to have retirements of generators. Power plants do have a useful life. We do maintain them as well as possible, but they don't last forever. So those will eventually retire, as you can see from that blue line that starts up near 8,000 and gets down to around 4,000. When we created the generation plan, we said, what do we need to maintain? And that was what the current generation plan shows in orange. So back in 2022, we approved it in 2023. We said we needed a certain amount of generation capacity to replace what's retiring and to account for growth. And so that's what the orange represents. So this is already stuff that's been approved by the board, well vetted, has already been implemented, as we've talked about with our asset acquisitions. The refresh process that we are working on today, and that we're going to continue to work through to bring a strategy forward, focuses on that top area, the light gray color. That is what we need to meet incremental growth. That's the next step. That's how we're going to right-size the generation plan for our needs that we can see in the future. The question still remains how exactly you're going to fill that line in. We thought we'd start today with just showing what the line is, because there may be a notion in the community or from people that are listening, there may be a notion that we're redesigning everything. We're trying to figure out how to do all of the things. And really what we're doing is we're taking what we have and we're trying to figure out what is the gap. So we're closing that gap with that silver section on the top. I mentioned at this point, we don't have a proposal to bring forth a plan that fills that gap. But the team is diligently working to come up with ways and options to fill that gap. What they're using is this triangle that we've talked about before. This is really just a way to show the priorities and how the calculus behind the generation plan optimizes the drivers. These are the priorities that were set in the Vision 2027 generation planning process by the Rate Advisory Committee back then. These are the priorities we carry forward today, and these are the priorities that drive the generation plan going forward. Overall, the strategy is what we are trying to get through, and this is going to be driving our strategy. So what does it all really mean? It means that, I think we've said it before, I've heard it in a previous discussion, we're going to need to do some investments. I mean, investments are part of the design, part of the plan. And investment does bring certain things. We want to preserve reliability. If we don't have control over the assets, we don't have control over our own destiny. And so that's one of the things that is coming from having investments. Extreme events, we've all lived through the winter storm. If you make the right investments in the right kind of technologies and maintain them the way we do, then you reduce your exposure to extreme events. You have increased reliability. And when we talk about market volatility, the market doesn't give you the options you want when it's an emergency. Market prices do what they do. It reflects scarcity, reflects emergencies, so prices are naturally high. And so if you don't make the right investments and you have to buy from the market during emergencies, it's going to cost a lot more. So the bottom line there, and this is a quote that came out as we were deliberating internally, just really we need the flexibility to make affordable decisions for our community. Having capacity, having a plan, having a strategy to go forward means that we don't have to bring back individual projects and go through all of the process again. We have a strategy, we have a playbook that we can execute to, and then we can bring you projects that meet the execution of read the playbook and allow us to execute, and it'll help streamline that process because as we're seeing the level of growth, we're likely going to need additional investments. I mentioned earlier, cleaner air is part of our priorities. Wanted to show I'll say this is a preliminary projected emissions, and we're looking at what are the various generation plan scenarios and portfolios and options yield. They all seem to follow this trend. Everything we're doing really gets to 2030 and really approaches 2040. A couple of things to call out here, and it was mentioned earlier, so I feel like it's worth repeating and emphasizing is every scenario that we are working through exits coal-fired generation. Our plan is going to be to retire coal and stop using coal as a power source. The federal policy may change that, but it would not be anything that we are working to direct. That's going to be our plan, is to retire coal and exit coal. And you also notice that when I say we're driving towards 2040, we don't quite get there based on what we're seeing. There's just well, first of all, 2040 is quite a far ways away. But second, seems to be a cost and available technology shift that we are working to understand. It just seems that it's cost prohibitive to be able to get to the point that we need to get, given our growth. But there is trend lines going down. We do think that there is going to be additional efficiencies from increased demand across the world, because there's going to be a lot of growth everywhere, and I think there's going to be a lot of desire to have cleaner ways to meet that growth outside of what we already have available to us. So I'm very optimistic, the team's optimistic, and we're working towards that goal. So I'll wrap up by just talking to the next steps. Like I mentioned, we're not asking for a vote. We are just looking for dialogue. We're going to continue to refine our observations, bring those back, talk a little bit more on strategy development, really, again, emphasize exit of coal and look at emerging technologies. Energy storage is up here as something we're going to add. It would be remiss to say if we aren't already adding a lot of storage. So we have storage in the plan being executed to, and we're also working to find ways to add additional storage technologies. Right now, our storage duration lasts a certain timeline. We're looking to add storage that maybe can last longer. The thought there is a longer duration storage we can think about and explore. The more reliable it is, and the cleaner we can get our portfolio. The third bullet there, evaluate generation options. I would say everything's on the table. Nothing is going to be approved. Nothing's going to be asked as part of this generation plan refresh. But I will say we're going to look for every way to make sure we have the best use of our already invested dollars, things we already own, to look for opportunities, and we will bring those back if they look like they're worth evaluating at the deeper level and talking with the board on those. But again, we're going to bring projects forward as they are ready. So when we come back in the future, we'll be asking for approval of the strategy and bring back projects as they come forward. So I wrapped up with next steps. I'll just remind folks here that we are on the community very regularly. Another quick number, or a couple of numbers for the community input. We do have a survey out. The survey is closing up at the end of the month. We've had over 4,300 survey respondents, so we've had quite an increase in our folks that are taking our survey. Also, we've had over 1 million touch points out in the community, talking to anybody and everybody that will listen through the pop-ups, the community fairs, the town hall meetings. Coffee with the Councilman is a very popular event that we'll go to at various districts. So we're out in the community, we're listening, and I'll say that we are also looking at the responses as we get responses back on the survey to make sure that we are still in line. And as those change, we'll be providing, well, as those finalize, we'll be providing a full survey report and a full engagement report at our next meeting next month. So with that, I think that gets us to the end. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Key. Questions, Mayor? Start on this side.
Thanks for that. My understanding is that the timeline for board action is that still next month, April?
Yes, ma'am. That is the expectation. If we can, we will want to bring a strategy forward for you to look through and approve in April.
If the board is ready to vote next month, let me qualify that.
And I also want to think about the CIC. So
sure.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I wanted to, again, clarify for the public listening, April is what was shared with me during my pre-brief. So it's good to understand that there are caveats. Between now and April, though, it sounds like there still is a lot of work to be done to help us understand what goes in the gray area, right? So I guess what are the contours of what we might be able to see in April?
Right. Thank you. That's a really good question. It's probably a good preview to what we're looking at. So I will say the studies are done. The technical looking has been the technical review has been done. It's to your point, how do we get this to where it's something that is understandable by everybody? So what we're looking for is to bring a proposal that is the right size approach, the right size blended approach. And we're going to guardrail it with some extremes. So if you went to a fully decarbonized portfolio, what would that look like? If you went to a fully dispatchable or reliable portfolio, for lack of a better word, natural gas portfolio, what would that look like? To help give some guardrails around what we're seeing and the best way to move forward. So those are some of the things we'll be bringing forward. Also need to figure and talk through the characteristics of generation that we need. When we look at our demand, there's certain types of generation that we need to fill in the gaps, if you will. And we'll be aggregating all those to come up with a view that kind of gets through all the many studies that we've had to work through and all the various data sets to have something that's concise and appropriate for the board.
For that discussion, I think it would be helpful for you to articulate the assumptions that you are making. So for example, if these large users, right, they're supposed to bring in their own power. If you're an assumption that you're making is excess power they actually may be able to provide to meet some of our needs, that's a critical assumption, and we'd have to understand what amount that actually contributes, right? If that's an example of the type of assumption that I'm wanting you to provide. Something.
I'll just remind, I think a lot of the information that will help you, hone in on the recommendations that we're going to be making, a lot of that's competitively sensitive and happens in executive sessions. So yes.
Yeah, understood. But I'm just telling you, the level of fidelity that we're looking for, right?
Right. Yeah, that
able
is
to provide it.
Change in assumptions, I think, is probably a broad way to state exactly what you're doing, what you're thinking of, what's changed, and what influences the outcomes that the study is looking at. So, 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I think the point, though, right, about making some of these acquisitions allows for greater flexibility, right? Like the Admiral purchase, being able to bring that on, getting a higher amount of power sooner than we expected at a lower price point. That's good. I would imagine, though, as Elena, who's not here, but has articulated to us, those are few and far between, right, moving forward. So how can we think about filling the gray is going to be, filling the gray between now moving forward is different than how you would have filled the gray 10 years prior to now, right? So I think you need to help us understand what that looks like as well. I mean, we're all obviously, understanding just how continually sensitive we are to what happens in the Middle East. So if you're making some assumptions about that as well, we need to understand how that, what that looks like in this plan. I think a specific call out, and understand if it has to be an exec session, but a specific call out on nuclear, a deep dive into that would be very helpful for us. Okay, and then one of those assumptions, it really dovetails onto the point I made earlier, though, but how are the changes in federal regulations changing even what we thought the blue and orange would look like, for how long we have to keep those things, which then would be impacting our ability to get after the gray as quickly as we'd like to. Because again, we've got to go and advocate for changes that keep us as close to what we initially anticipated and budgeted for. Okay, thank you.
Trustee Gonzalez.
When you're saying storage, are we specifically saying battery storage?
Yes, ma'am, battery energy storage.
The reason why I just came back from the Super Bowl of Energy conference, which is CERA Week, and a couple of things resonated from that. Geopolitical headwinds, obviously what's happening right now with the war, and also what's taken place already. So one of the things that really was top of mind was the heavy discussion on data centers. And the reason why battery storage might be something to heavily consider is very technical, but at the end of the day, the way data centers work, they get a surge of power in. And so sometimes with that surge, it can cause some potential issues, and therefore not even ERCOT has problem solved for that. And battery storage seems to be one of the potential solutions in that. So conversation heavy on how data centers operate and the power of the data that it brings in and out, and the need to work with those companies that come in, and then obviously ERCOT's also is trying to figure that out. And I think that we need to keep that top of mind as we figure out. It's not just people say we need more jobs or we need to do cleaner tech, but it's really also just understanding the complexity of what adding more data centers means to the actual ERCOT model and CPS. So I'm glad you mentioned battery storage, but it's a lot more technical than just saying we want to add more battery storage. And so it's just something I'm a little curious about. Something that was also discussed by many Fortune 500 big international companies was the change in permitting. So there's a lot of permitting action is taking place where big organizations are not being grandfathered. So it will add to the volatility of the market. So if today they thought they could build something in the next couple of months a certain way with cost drivers in place or assumptions in place, that's out the window now with a lot of mandate undoing permits. So that's going to add to the volatility of the market. And so there's other things, but mainly those two stood out. Permitting, that's going to change the game. As far as like driving the market costs being higher, the only other thing that I walked away with that Texas is slightly a little bit better on dependency because we're not dependent at the global market. We have the basin, so that kind of helps us. But the cost will continue to go up and lots of volatility due to regulations, moving the goalpost, and then battery storage and problem solving for the amount of data centers that we're going to add. And it's not just about how do we pay for them, the community concerns, but how does it actually work within the infrastructure or the grid?
Thank you.
I would just add to the assumptions, I would like to see some more about climate towards, I don't know how far out we can go, but just in terms of assumptions about weather-related increases in demand, as well as extreme events and how they can disrupt various generation sources.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Mackey?
Yes, first I want to say thank you for the presentation. It's very well done. I do have a couple of questions. So I know that we're working on the specific plan with the goal to have that in April. I'd like to see that we're also working on a summary plan that's going to be able to be understood easily by the community, especially those that are not, have an energy background, and make sure that we're doing that bilingually, because I think that's going to be very important for our customers to understand what we're doing. You were also speaking about the right size of blended mix. And just for people who might be listening in, can you clarify if that means that our priorities right now are what is most important to our customers, which would be the accessibility, reliability, and the affordability? Is that kind of what we're using as the priorities for this strategic plan?
Yes, ma'am, those are going to be the priorities.
Okay. Do we have an estimated cost overall to how we think we're going to meet that gap from the required incremental?
I don't have one. We can work through that. I think it's going to largely be dependent on the refinement of how we fill that gap. You can go different ways to fill that in. That's going to change the cost pretty dramatically. So it would be a very wide range if I gave you one today.
Okay. And then the last thing is, we're speaking about some of the assumptions that are going to have to be made when we're looking at this plan, the federal regulation, the continued population growth. How often are we going to be going back to reassess to see if that incremental change is actually even widening more?
That's a really good question. So I'll start by saying that we continually look at our assumptions for all of our planning efforts. It's not something that we do and we put on the shelf. So it's continual effort. As you're well aware, just for everybody's information, that we always do this. I'd say that for bringing back something to the board, I think it's been every 2 or 3 years, I believe.
Yeah, I think given the high level of uncertainty ahead of us, we're probably going to have to we did it 3 years to give us some time to work into our generation plan, and we made a lot of really big steps real quickly, so 3 years was about right. I would tell you we might need to have this conversation at least peripherally annually, and then maybe do updates every 2 years, or maybe if you can get to 3 years, great, but we probably ought to be prepared to do it every couple of years based on the things that are changing, because they're changing so real time that you can't just put it on the shelf and expect it to be relevant. It might be 6 months. We might need to look at it again. Right. So I think we need to be more open to having the conversation more frequently. But I think what David's kind of getting to is doing the modeling work takes time, and it's a lot of work to bring you a new view that we feel good about. So we're gonna have to think about how we do that in a abbreviated manner so that we can turn around the data that we're gonna need to put in front of you quicker. So yeah, but at least annually would be my suggestion, so that at least we can agree that nothing drastic has changed that would need to take us off course.
Yeah, I think I would characterize as more of a yearly checkup versus needing a full-blown physical, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
The discussion about the delta between kind of what we know and what we're planning for made me think about a discussion we had at the B session where specifically on the data center piece. And when you looked at the list of folks that were in the queue to come to our community, if you added all those megawatts up, I don't remember the exact number, but it was like 7 million homes, the equivalent of, right? When you did the translation into megawatts. And so that is much different than 9,600 megawatts by 2040, which only gets us to 2.4 million homes, right? So I think the revisiting, right, kind of what we could need, right, and where we are, I mean, that's a 5 million gap. So however we need to do that, and if that's and that was just on data centers, right? We're not even talking about the Toyotas of the world that we're trying to also recruit here, which would be big power users. So yeah, I would appreciate, Rudy, how we can more quickly understand, is it 7 million or is it closer to 3 or 4? Like, how well are we going to know what that is as you're seeing those? Then, of course, obviously working with SAWS to make sure we're both supporting those. Both things are well supported. But, based on you're building a power gen plan to 9,600 megawatts, which is much different than if all those data centers actually came to our community and what would be required just to support their needs, right? So I'll let you think about how you want to best portray that to us so that we understand what we're actually planning for. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say something more forcefully. CIC needs to play a role in this. And Kathy, I think they don't meet again until May. So something's got to give here because I go to all their meetings and I know they're very anxious to be briefed on this and at least weigh in.
Yes, they are. And I will say a couple of things. The next full meeting that's scheduled is May, but they are scheduled to meet in working groups in April. And we have repurposed those meetings before for a full CIC meeting. So with the board's blessing and the CIC Executive Committee's willingness to do that, they've been most agreeable to coming together, particularly when there's an ask or a directive from the board that they are being asked to provide input on. And then I would also say, too, that the CIC has been receiving generation plan update presentations since April of 2025. So they've been very instrumental in being with us on this journey as this plan, as this communication piece, as the presentation has been developed. The information going into it is very reflective of the information we've been getting from the CIC. So they're eager to see this too. I know many of them are probably watching this or will watch this, and we'd be happy to utilize the April 8th meeting, if that's the Wednesday. We'd be happy to try to utilize that to provide this presentation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we'll work something out for that. I just want them all to know how important they are to us, and I don't want to.
Again, Dr. Romero, we're in no rush here. So if we got to delay this till the May meeting, we can do that as well. I mean, my goal for the board and for the work that we have to do this year is to update our generation plan, update our five-year strategy this year. If we get those two things done this year, I think it'll be a good year for the board.
All right, thank you, David. Ms. Ramirez, will you take us into our second executive session?
Yes, ma'am. At this time, the board is going to recess into an executive session to discuss matters that have been duly posted under several provisions of Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, including consultation concerning attorney-client matters under Section 551.071, security personnel or devices under Section 551.076, to deliberate regarding security audits and devices under Section 551.089, and to deliberate under the Texas Government Code Section 418.183, subsection F, about confidential information under the Texas Homeland Security Act, and to deliberate, vote, or take final action on competitive matters under Section 551.086. It's 3:49 PM, going into our second executive session.
Ms. Ramirez, can you bring us back from executive session?
Yes, ma'am. It is 4:59 PM, and the board has concluded its second executive concession. I can confirm that there was a vote taken on a competitively sensitive matter, and the matter passed. No other matters were discussed that were not part of the posted agenda. We did defer item 11B to next month. We have a quorum, and all members except for the mayor are present.
All right, thank you. Can you review any action items from this meeting?
Yes, ma'am. I have 4 action items from our executive sessions that I will not detail, but will review with you separately. And I have 5 action items from our open session. I took the process recommendations for our real property purchases into consideration, and we'll discuss with our real property team. That came from the mayor's ask. The second one I had was from Trustee Gonzalez, and it was a request to respond to CIC member feedback that was sent via email, and she'll send that to me, and I will respond accordingly. The third one I have was also from Trustee Gonzalez, and it was request for further explanation of the impact of federal and state changes on solar installers under our STEP program, and to follow up with additional information to her directly, so we will do that. The fourth item I had was from Vice Chair Dr. Mackey, and it was initially a request for a 6-month view of our budget status to the board, actuals to budget, and where we are in closing our gap. I noted that the actual deliverable was TBD, and we would discuss with you and Dr. Mackey. Also, a confirmation that we would absolutely coordinate through the Office of Public Utilities at COSA on any potential future rate case process using the same protocols that we used for the last rate cases. And the last action item I have was that we will present the generation plan refresh materials to the CIC. Is going to be in their May meeting before it comes to this board for a May reconsideration.
Yeah, I also took two more. Dr. Romero asked about a climate view relative to our gen plan that we need to look at. And then the mayor wants a conversation on nuclear at some point in time, so we'll have to figure out where that's associated with the future of our gen plan. So we'll have to figure out where to do that.
Anybody else, anything to add? Do we have a motion to adjourn? Second, all in favor? Aye.
I hope your arm gets...